training venue as well. So I think it's always a popular one to start the year as well. Like a lot of Brits trying to get out of the UK weather and come and find some Spanish sun.
True. I think if you follow any of these pros in the socials, you'll see a lot of them came in to do a lot of their final tune-ups here on the island, because it is such an ideal place to spend some time training. As we take a look here at our Roka swim course and we talk about some of our male notables wearing bib number 1 from Germany and the pink swim cap, it's Jan Strautmann. He was 3rd at the Ironman 70.3 World Championship in 2023.
And in bib number 3 and a green swim cap, it's so good to see Gustav Eden back. He hasn't raced since 2023, but he is a 2-time world champion over the Ironman and 70.3 distance. So fantastic to see him back on the start line. And
wearing bib number 4, Patrick Lange, a familiar face and a guy who's been very busy already this year. He's a 2-time Ironman world champion. And of course, we've seen him race in Oceanside and in Texas.
And Nicholas Mann from Germany, that was a silver swim cap. He was 3rd at this race in 2022.
And we've got bib number 7 out of France. That's Mathis Margirier. A lot of expectations on this young man right here.
Bib number 8 is Yuri Kulin from the Netherlands. He's in a violet swim cap. I keep wanting to say violent, but violet swim cap. He was 6th at the 70.3 World Championships in 2023.
And wearing bib number 9 out of South Africa, wearing a silver swim cap, is going to be Bradley Weiss. He was 7th at the Ironman 70.3 World Championship. And of course, here is Gregory Barnaby wearing bib number 13. He is wearing a purple swim cap. He was 8th place at the Ironman World Championship in Nice.
Yeah, that was actually Yuri Kulin. That was Brad Weiss going down now. We can see in that silver cap. He's from the South African, as you said, 7th at Ironman World Championships in Nice. And I think, yeah, next up, I can hear Paul Kay's voice is Andy Dreitz from Germany, again in a silver swim cap. He is a 3-time champion here at Ironman 70.3 Mallorca, 2014, 15, and 16, and was 2nd in 2017.
I think he owns 4 of the fastest bike splits on this course, so watch for him to move through the field there on the bike.
And up next is now bib number 13. This is Gregory Barnaby from Italy in the yellow swim cap. I wonder how he might want to put his wetsuit on as well. Also nicknamed Lord Barnaby, which we can come on to later. He was 8th at the Ironman World Championships in Nice last year.
And here we have James Teagle. He wears bib number 14 out of the United Kingdom. He'll be wearing a silver swim cap. He was the 70.3 champ at Staffordshire in 2023. And now let's take a look at our top women wearing bib number 1. That is Emma Pallant-Brown out of the UK. She's the defending champ here, and she's got over 30 half-distance podiums to her credit.
And in bib number F2 is Laura Philipp from Germany. She'll be in the orange swim cap. She's the 2016 and 2017 champ here at this race.
Next up in our lineup, there's Laura Philipp. There's the smile of Laura Philipp, the familiar smile. Always super excited. Yeah, very cheerful athlete out there. Even when things aren't going her way, she manages a smile. And next up, we should have bib number 4. That's Giorgia Prioroni out of Italy. She will be wearing a yellow swim cap. Doesn't have that on quite yet, but she was the 2023 Ironman 70.3 main champion. So another woman who has stood atop the podium.
And Lizzie Rayner from the UK in that silver swim cap. She was 6th just a couple of weeks ago at 70.3 Valencia.
Next up, we should have bib number 7. That's Ruth Astle. She'll be wearing a pink swim cap. She's a 3-time Ironman champion. Oh, she is out of the competition. She just dropped out of the competition, we're told. So that pink swim cap is, I'm not sure who that was. I'll be honest with you.
But next up, we are Elisabetta Corridore from Italy in the silver swim cap. She had 2 70.3 podiums in 2023. Bib F8.
And the next up is going to be out of Finland. That's Heini Hartikainen. She'll be wearing silver swim cap. She's a two-time Ironman podium finisher in 2023, both at Wales and Ironman Switzerland.
And bib F10 is Sarah Svenks from Sweden. She's again in a violet swim cap. She was second at the World Triathlon Long Course Championships in 2023.
She's had some injuries, so it's great to see her back racing. And then next up should be bib number 11, will be Francesca Ring out of Germany. She will be wearing a silver swim cap. She was third at Ironman 70.3 Zelmsee in 2023, so she knows how to tackle a tough bike course.
And then F12 is Sif Bendix Madsen from Denmark. She'll be in the yellow swim cap. She was third at 70.3 Swansea, and she is the sister to the BMC team athlete Thor Bendix Madsen. So keeping it in the family. Lots of sporting families here today.
Lots of super talented athletes here, both on the men's and women's side, taking to this course today in pursuit of certainly some points in the series, definitely some prize money on the line, and a good test of early season fitness. And our athletes getting their final warm-ups here. They might have done a quick warm-up before, but getting back into the water here to just settle the nerves a little bit and get down to business.
Yeah, I think when the water's that cold as well, it's sometimes a good idea to just like try and get in and get acclimatized a little bit before the gun goes and your heart rate goes sky high and you're trying to get the blood flowing. So yeah, hopefully the athletes are just trying to get themselves in the water, get their faces in, calm the nerves, before they, before that gun fires.
And something you can't see from this angle, but something that is typical of this course here in Mallorca are the droves of fans that come out. What a popular event, and all of the spectators have come out to cheer all of our athletes along today. So you can't see it now, but the beach is absolutely lined with fans, and what an exciting opportunity for these athletes to put on a great show.
And just a little bit of an update. So we just announced as we were calling the pros out that Ruth Astle has unfortunately dropped out this morning. She's not racing anymore. She was questionable. She's been suffering with a calf injury, but I think actually she was actually up and ill during the night and not feeling 100% this morning. And with more of the season ahead, it wasn't, in her mind, it wasn't worth risking it today. So yeah, we wish Ruth the best, that she gets better soon. Not just sickness, but with the calf as well. And it's a shame because I know defending or having raced here and won over the Ironman distance, she loves the bike course here and she will be gutted not to be on the start list now.
Yeah, she definitely caught us off guard because we were expecting her to be in the lineup and saw the cap and thought, oh dear. But here we go to our current men's point standings. Patrick Lange looking to increase his lead and will no doubt do that. He currently sits atop our rankings at 6,519 points. Matt Hansen in second place at 5,884. Chris Leiferman in third. Thomas Rodriguez Hernandez after that outstanding win at Ironman Texas just a few weeks ago. Andre Lopez out of Brazil sitting fifth in the rankings. Sam Long sitting in sixth. He's yet to do a full Ironman, so his 70.3 points have moved him up 19 places in the past since we've recalibrated our points. Clement Mignon out of France is in seventh. Matthew Marquardt, after a great performance at Texas as well, moves into eighth place. Robert Callen in ninth place, and Paul Schuster from Germany sits in 10th place, currently in our men's rankings. And, of course, our women.
Yeah, and on the women's side, so Danielle Lewis sits at the top. She's raced every single race of the Pro Series so far, hence why she's got those points up there. But that's the way to play. You've got to be consistent and race a lot, I think. Fenella Langridge from Great Britain is in second, and Kat Matthews, after that fantastic race in Texas, it's her only Pro Series race, but that's why she sits in third with those 5,000 points. Kylie Simpson moved up. She raced backed up Texas with St. George, and Penny Slater is in fifth with a great race in Texas as well. Lottie Wilms, that was the podium in Texas. Hannah Berry, Alice Alberts, Paula Findlay. She moved up 10 spots after her first in St. George to go with her third in Oceanside. And Maya Stage Nilsson rounds out the top 10 of the Pro Series with 3,928 points.
And I think one of the exciting things that we're going to see how much these all change. We're going to take a look now. Here we are at Alcudia-Mallorca for the start of the 70.3, Zafiro 70.3, as we take a look at our Roca swim course, which is one loop within the Bay of Alcudia. It's well protected from the high seas. Our water temperature, as we said, 17.4 degrees Celsius, 63 degrees Fahrenheit.
And then they will take on a 1-lap 90K bike course with 800 meters of elevation. It starts in the Bay of Alcudia. It has Mediterranean views. It's got serpentine cycling roads, some climbing, some technical switchback descents through the Sierra Tramontana and passing through back all the way, looping back to T2 where they will start the run.
And of course, that will bring us back to T2 and the run. And Sid, this run course, it is 3 loops for 21.1 kilometers. That's 13.1 miles. It is flat, it is fast, and it's all along the Bay of Alcudia. The finish line is located on the beach, just 50 meters from where we sit here at the swim start. And I can tell you every meter of that course will be packed with screaming fans. Again, it's flat, it's fast, and I think we're going to see some outstanding run splits out there today.
That's right. And if you want to check up on how those pros are doing in the race series, go to proseries.ironman.com, and that's going to give you more information about the pro series, where all the athletes are getting their points, all the races. As we said, this is the 4th race in the series, but the first of the European
and
races.
Of course, to follow along today, you can download the Ironman app and get the tracker going and follow your favorite athletes, as well as our leaders, both in the men's, in the pro field, as well as all the age groupers. We're going to take a quick break before our athletes get underway. Don't go away. We're coming back to you.
Your new vehicle, Mr. Lawrence. The VinFast VF8.
All the latest tech?
Precisely.
Whoa!
Cut. Great delivery, Joey.
I've had a lot of practice saying that word. It's pretty cool, huh?
The VinFast?
Yeah. It's got
action.
402 horsepower.
All-wheel drive.
Over-air updates and a 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty.
Yes?
15-inch
Okay.
infotainment screen.
Cut! None of those lines are in the script, Joey.
I just think people are really going to want to know those things.
That's what the website's for, Joey.
Open up the sky, 'cause I'm coming up to you. So send down your wings and let them bring me to you. You know I'm standing at the station, ready to go. Oh, big old aeroplane, I'm just in your soul. Get on up, big bird.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
And we are back with the action here at the Zafiro Ironman 70.3 Alcudia-Mallorca. Of course, this is the 4th stop in our Ironman Pro Series and the first stop on our European tour. We are getting our first look at some of these outstanding European athletes.
Yeah, it's super exciting. And for me, what I'm really excited to watch today is the return of Gustav Iden, the 2 times Ironman World Championship, or Ironman and 70.3 World Champion. Didn't race in 2023, obviously had some injuries and had some, unfortunately, family things to deal with. He isn't making the Olympic team for
lucky for us.
Yeah, exactly. So he won't be partnering Christian on the team, but he means he's sort of back racing, or hopefully back racing. He's been pretty coy about his preparation leading to this race, but we did catch up with him leading into the race for a fighting chance.
Should we do the waving now?
Here I am.
Here I am. How I'm feeling. Unsure, I would say. I know I'm not going to be at the top. That's a certainty. But how far behind I am and how the others have improved over the last 2 years, I don't know. But yeah, I'm feeling actually a bit excited. Yeah, I'm not at the top now, But it's good to be back, and I choose this race because of, yeah, everyone is here and it's good to measure up where people are. Bike should be okay. Nothing major there, but it's okay. Run is obviously, yeah, much worse. I'm still not injury free, I would say, but it's not that much pain and I'm running okay. Do I sound confident or?
Beginning of 2024 up until now, what's been happening?
I bought a house, which is pretty exciting.
So many athletes you got coming up for training camps now?
Yeah, we should have a training camp in Bergen. I think Bergen was the 4th warmest place in Europe a few days ago. So we should get the IRONMAN Pro Series to Bergen as well. And I can host my favorite pro athletes in my house.
Who are those 7 athletes?
Oh, that's secret. No, I can't tell.
But have you been following the Pro Series, the first few races in the US?
Yeah.
Patrick Langer is top of the leaderboard currently.
Yeah, he's leading.
What do you think to this? Is your competitor this weekend?
If he's running with me, he would be severely disappointed, I would say. No, I am looking forward to riding with someone. So that's like, if I'm all alone on a bike, I would be a bit disappointed, and hopefully start running with some of the guys. But yeah, Patrick is leading and it's looking good. Sam Long is obviously performing so good at the moment as well, but he won't dare to come to Europe, you know. But yeah, it's a good level here.
Awesome.
Should we do some training as well?
Yeah.
Not only chatting.
Well, it's great to see him back. Certainly didn't seem overconfident in that, but hopefully he can find a spot of gratitude as our men are getting ready to get underway here at the Zafiro IRONMAN 70.3 Alcudia-Mallorca. Again, 2,500 points up for grabs for the Pro Series, minus 1 point per second back. So again, every second matters as our pro men getting ready to get underway.
And it was, what, 44 pro men starting to get today, and then after the pro men, it'll be a 5-minute gap back to the professional females. 27 of them, or 26 now, with the late withdrawal, unfortunately, this morning of Ruth Astle, which is a shame. We're seeing some of their faces: Patrick Langer, Jan Stratman, that's Yuri Kulan, there in the purple cap.
Yep, I was gonna say we've got Fabian Musin in an orange cap, Johan Vogel in a green cap, Bryce Harquat in a violet cap, Jan Stratman wearing pearly pink, Mattis Margirier in yellow, Patrick Langer in orange, Gustav Eden in green, Yuri Kulin in violet, and Christian Hogenhag wearing pearly pink, Gregory Barnaby wearing a yellow cap.
Pearly pink. It's
pearly
very
pink. It's different than different than pink.
It is different than pink.
So yeah, we have different shades of pink.
You can see
again,
the pearly pink there.
Nervously awaiting. They look like they're about to get underway, but we're going to go to a quick break and catch the start of the race after this break. So don't go away. We're coming right back to you.
This is an epic, action-packed, adventure-filled story of Athletic Brewing's revolutionary non-alcoholic beer and the founders behind it.
I'm Bill.
And I'm John.
You see, this is no ordinary non-alcoholic beer. These are great-tasting brews that are fit for all times. And they all started with a crazy idea.
Why can't there just be an amazing non-alcoholic beer that wouldn't affect me the next day?
And one that actually tasted great?
Oh, wow. That's a great idea.
And there you have it. Just 2 totally delusional people.
The feed is everything you need to fuel your workout. Hydration, bars, gels, chews,
high-performance supplements. We even have breakfast shakes. Ready for your ride?
Totally. Let's go.
Gels every 20 minutes.
Just started training or plan to be a world champion? We've got you.
Thanks, Feed Coach.
Don't forget to hydrate.
We'll help you pick your fuel for your run, ride, or triathlon. Shop today to get a free water bottle printed with your name. Visit thefeed.com. Fuel your workout.
And here we are back at the start of the Zafiro Ironman 70.3 Alcudia-Mallorca. We are lined up here for the start of the Roca swim course. Our pros have been lined up there for quite a while. I think there's probably a little bit of anxiousness when you're geared up to go, and then all of a sudden there's not necessarily a delay. I think they just got them lined up a little bit early. So how do you handle that?
Yeah, I think they've decided. I think we've got about just under 5 minutes to go now. It's just about staying calm, isn't it? Everyone's in the same boat. There's nothing you can do about it. I would be, you're trying to keep warm. If they've been in the water as well, they're probably outside now. It's probably a little bit cold. So trying to keep a bit warm, but also not expend too much energy bouncing up and down. I think I'd probably walk back and find a little bit of a corner and sit back down for a few more minutes maybe, but I think they're also vying for that front line as well. They don't want to lose their spots.
They've all established positions in the lineup, and they certainly don't want to give that up.
Their toes are dug into the sand
and
already.
I will say, at least they're in wetsuits, so they are keeping a bit warm. That will definitely help keep them warm, and the sun is starting to come up, and it is going to warm up today, but we were commenting, they were lined up before we went to the break. I'm like, are we going to miss the start?
Yeah,
but again, it's just a dealing, something you've got to deal with in the racing. Take a few more deep breaths, calm the nerves, maybe make a joke with the guy standing next to you.
Hopefully it's someone you like. And what do you think? Like, I'm excited because I think what we're getting to see this year, and partly because of the Ironman Pro Series, and partly I feel with it being Olympic year as well, a lot of those short course athletes that maybe didn't make selection for their team or weren't in chance have moved up to this 70.3 distance, combined with the fact that the Ironman Pro Series is putting on such a great series of races with the prize money and the points, that I think we're going to get we're getting a lot of new names into the sport that are super fast swimmers.
Sure.
And are sort of changing the dynamic of the race from that element.
Well, that was going to be my next question. With these larger fields, how is that changing the dynamic of the race? As I would think logically, if you're not as strong a swimmer, you've got a better chance of making that lead pack, because by sheer numbers, there's just more bodies between you and the leader to help keep you in touch with that lead pack. Do you agree?
Yeah, I think so. I think it means that you might get like a long line of the field strung out. You might not get as many packs breaking away in the swim. At the same time, though, we have got this sort of injection of youth and pace, I think, from a swimming side. And I think the way the racing is going, it is full gas from the gun. So people are taking it out so hard in the swim that if you just miss a beat, miss concentration, slight second where you're not watching the feet in front of you, you haven't looked up and sighted, and you just missed that gap is created.
Yep.
And
I think we heard a lot of that in the wake of Ironman Texas and also Oceanside, certainly, St. George, with these larger fields, that you would think there would be sort of larger packs, but there is a bit more chaos involved. Yeah. But the exciting thing is that just the Pro Series alone has changed the dynamic of racing with nothing more than putting some extra money on the line.
That's it.
And saying, hey, it's open to everyone, come and join us.
And I think also like the dynamic of the racing with the short course athletes moving up, their courses are normally quite compact. So there's normally a lot of bustle and hassle around the swim boys as they're turning, whereas the longer distance racing, we've got the whole ocean to play, and we've got the whole lake. It's a lot more pleasant. Why are you so
close to me? It's a big ocean.
Yeah, so I think that brings in a different level of, maybe it's anxiety for those weaker swimmers, or there's that panic that it's going to start a lot faster. I've got to be on the ball to make sure I'm on those feet, but also there's arms around the place, and
it's certainly going to change how the athletes should approach their swim training.
Yeah.
Let's take it down for the start. Oh, we still have a minute to go. I went a little bit early. I was getting ready. See, I'm even anxious. I'm even anxious. These guys have been lined up for so long.
Yeah, I think they'll be ready. At this point, you just want the gun to fire. It's those last few seconds of nervous energy, making sure they're getting behind the line.
Some of the people that this swim is key for. Gustav Eden, typically not a front pack swimmer. Patrick Lange also going to be looking to mitigate the deficit here in the swim.
Yeah, totally. I think they'll want to try and use the bodies of the field to make sure they get it. They have some feet to follow, and they're not too far behind. I bet Patrick Lange had a fantastic swim in his last 2 races.
Yep.
I think Yuri Kulin as well will be looking to make sure he's in that front pack. He'll certainly be wanting to prove a point today after the stellar start to the season he's had. And a false start. Do we get DQs?
Well, that will jump the nerves a little bit when you're across the line before the horn, but I think he got himself, that was a yellow cap, so that was either Gregory Barnaby or Mathis Margirier in the yellow cap with that false start, but he caught himself and got himself back, and we are underway.
I think he had time to come back. I'm not sure it's like as brutal as swimming and track and field where it's a DQ. We already see one athlete was a little bit slower running into the water, but that's a huge pack of male swimmers setting out from the bay of Alcudia.
Again, when we look at some of our skittle caps, as we like to call them, we've got Jan Stratman in the pearly pink, Gustav Eden wearing green, Patrick Lange in an orange cap, Mathis Margirier in yellow, Yuri Kurlin in a purple cap, violet, I think we're calling it, Gregory Barnaby in a yellow cap, Christian Hogenhag also in a pearly pink cap, Fabian Musin wearing a black cap, and Johan Vogel in a green cap with Bryce Harquat. And again, these are some names we haven't heard of, but these are some of our short course athletes that are coming up that have a lot of great swim speed, and we want to keep an eye on them because they're probably lesser known, certainly to us, and maybe to some of you watching at home.
Yeah, and I think have an opportunity to change the dynamic of the race. I'm struggling with you've called it Skittles now, and I'm now feeling hungry with that in my head. I also want to call
They could be M&Ms, they could be whatever color-coded candy you like.
Even, yeah, exactly, whatever candy. I also keep wanting to call it Violent, not Violet. So we might have to go for purple, but we can already see there was a green cap. I would imagine that is Johannes Vogel up there. I wouldn't expect Gustav Eden to be sitting that second
Although
position.
if it is.
However, it could be.
Right.
And hopefully we'll get a little bit more eyes on and word from the boats and the trackers. But you can kind of see now from that great aerial view, sort of almost 4 lines of swimmers forming. I think 2 of them will come together as we get down, and that's a purple cap in the lead there.
I believe that's Yuri Kurlin, but I'm not 100% sure.
I think that might be Bryce, because I think Yuri's in a De Boer wetsuit with the paddle, the sleeves, and I think then maybe that's Jonas on his feet, and then we get to the silver cap. But you can see 2 yellow caps, so I'm assuming that's Matthias and Gregory on the other side leading that other train of athletes.
And again, we've got the 2 columns. Again, the athletes lined up there along the beach. My guess is that obviously these packs will converge as they head towards that first buoy. And it's given the nature of this Roca swim course, it's quite a long stretch to that first buoy. They go out for quite a bit and make 2 right-hand turns before heading back to shore. So they've got a lot of time to sort themselves out before getting almost halfway through the Roca swim course before they get to that first buoy.
Yeah, which often means that we're not going to get the pack splitting up as much because it's a straight shot for the first, half of the swim, whereas if they were doing a shorter distance and then a turn, I think you'd see more of those groups split up. And you saw just as we head back to the women's start, but you saw those groups coming together on the male side.
Now, as we take it back to the beach and get ready for the women to take to this Roca swim course, what are your expectations for some of our swimmers here in the women's race?
Yeah, I think Lena Meissner, I should say. I think she's going to be one of our key swimmers we're going to see. I think for me, it's going to be Laura Phillip and Emma Pallant-Brown. Again, reduce that deficit to the front. They're very strong on the bike and the run, but I think we're going to these younger up-and-coming, again, ITU that are moving over to the long distance. Sif Matson as well.
Sif Bendix Matson is one of my favorites.
Yeah,
she's been super swim and bike. If there's a deficit to the young Danish athlete, it's going to be her run, but I think we will see her absolutely factor in this Roca swim course, and then again once we get to the full gas bike.
But I think that's the interesting thing, because we say that her run is maybe not as strong as the swim and the bike, but that was last year. And this is the exciting thing. It's the first race for a lot of these Europeans. We haven't seen them race.
Sure, and for a young developing athlete, yeah. It could be anything, but we're about to get underway here with our women's race. We're about 30 seconds from the start. Again, if you are just tuning in, we had a late withdrawal of Ruth Astle. So if you're a Ruth Astle fan looking for Ruth, she will not be amongst your starters today, but we still have a star-studded field with the likes of Emma Pallant-Brown, Laura Philipp, Giorgia Prioroni, and others. So a great women's field about to get underway here. And that orange cap of Lena Meissner there, expect to see her get out hot and hard at the start here on this Roka swim course.
That's right, and I think Didi talk, they started on the beach, so they're running into the water, and you could see them wading quite a long way, maybe like 20, 30 meters at high knee before they then started to dive. How difficult is that, or what's the technique for running in? Do you practice that before the race starts?
You definitely practice that, because that sort of high knee running at the start of a race is going to jack the heart rate a little bit. And the other thing, you're going to want to get down to the race venue the day before the race at a similar time, particularly if it's a tidal location, because the amount that you run and the depth of the water will be different at different times of the day, depending on the tides. Again, if it's a tidal swim venue, so you'll want to definitely get in there and practice that. It's hard to practice in your training if you're doing a lot of your training in the pool, but you can do dolphin dives in the shallow end, and sort of practice that skill.
That some coaches make you do as well.
And in the deep end at altitude, it's horrifying, but again, it forces you to get that heart rate up and practice that skill. And it is a skill, and those are the things that are often overlooked in your training, and things that you should look into when you are researching your race in the venue, and the sort of skills you should be practicing. And right away, we've got the orange cap. Again, we're assuming of Lena Meissner there, an outstanding athlete coming up from the short course, and alongside her is the pink cap. I'm assuming that is Julie Yamolo.
Yep.
Also a very strong swimmer.
Yeah, because the other pink cap was going to be a Ruth Astle, as you've said. Unfortunately, she's not racing. And then the green cap, I would imagine that is Luisa from Italy. We can see a yellow cap there. I would again imagine that's probably Sif, I think. I can think.
Actually, I recognize that stroke.
I was just saying, I think I recognize that stroke. It's interesting with, again, like new athletes coming in to try and learn
the swim strokes,
swim strokes, and
swim partners, exactly.
And thing.
But yeah. Sif is interesting. She's a quite small athlete. She's tiny. She's got short little arms, but she's so strong.
Yeah.
And so that is not a hindrance to her. You could compare that to sort of superstar swimmer Lauren Brandon, who has the long, lovely stroke. Sif, a very different style, but equally as effective. Our women well underway. And back to our men, I believe, here. With a silver cap in the lead.
This is where we test our eyesight, trying to get a bib number or something on the cap. But he's
But interesting to see that is one alone at the front. Definitely the men's field getting strung out here well before that first turn buoy.
Yeah, and let's look at the difference in stroke from that first male to the second. You know, the first one had quite a high turnover, and then the second was a lot slower. And that's in third place there is a purple swim cap. We think that's Bryce, followed by the green cap. I'm guessing again that's Johannes Vogel from Germany. But yeah, already strung out at the moment at the front of the men, and they're still going this one-lap Roka swim course. So it's a straight shot out to the first turn buoy, then right-hand turn across the bay of Alcudia before back to the beach.
Now let's talk about drafting, because I know that's something that you are excellent at and always like to be on feet. So when you
sorry,
position yourself, I meant that as a compliment, by the way. I really did.
I was like, I'd love to be able to draft off somebody's feet, but I
say,
tend to be far behind.
I think you love a good pair of feet in front of you. So talk about how you hold those feet Are you looking for specific feet at the start?
Yeah.
Would you rather be on a hip than the feet?
Yeah.
Talk about your strategy.
Yeah, I mean, I think
I really did mean that as a compliment.
No, it's fine. It's all right. We know each other well enough that we can take the mickey out of each other, and I'll get her back later, I'm sure. Yeah, so when you're lining up for the start of the race, you probably want to find or eyeball out somebody who's probably a slightly faster swimmer than you, but you don't want to necessarily line up with. So for me, there's no point me sort of next to Lauren and Brandon because she's going to lose. I'm going to lose her in the first 10 meters, if I last that long. So looking for someone who's a little bit stronger. If it's a beach run, I'll try and get a better run into the water, so put me ahead of the other swimmers, the other females, so that as they come past, I can hook on to them. I would personally probably prefer to be on the hip because I think that gives me more chance if the pace speeds up, then I can drop to the feet afterwards. Whereas if you're on the feet, whilst it is probably a better position, I know a lot of people say when they're on the hip, it actually sort of slows down that lead swimmer because you're sort of you're sitting in the pocket of water that they're trying to move their hands through and push forward. So often it can be sitting on the feet is that bit quicker, but you have got to be you still got to be sighting. You got to be looking at those bubbles so that you don't miss a trick if you're on the feet.
I will say when you're on the feet, you also have the ability to be anonymous, so that the leader may. I mean, I think in racing in this day and age, it's a big assumption unless you're Lucy Charles Barkley to assume that you've dropped the pack, and you have to assume that they're there. You can count on someone always being there, but if you're on the feet, you can be somewhat anonymous.
Yeah, and the other thing as well that some people go into is like, what side do people breathe?
Sure.
And so if the person that you want to sit on their hip or their feet breathes to the left, will make sure you're on the right. And so they're having to switch their breathing to make sure that to see you. But we can see now with this women's race, we've got a pretty multicolored group of Skittles.
I want to thank the women for performing according to plan, and our Skittle caps are in fact at the front of this race.
And I'm interested to see.
It makes us look smart.
It does. I think that we've got an orange cap in the lead with a pearly pink, but I think I'm interested in that purple cap that's on the far side, which is Steph Clutterbuck, and she's a first-year pro. She's been a age group world champion over the 70.3 distance. She won Ironman Victoria as an age grouper yesterday.
What I'm looking at here is the turnover of Sif Bendix-Madsen in the yellow cap, and then above her, the turnover of Steph Clutterbuck. I think Sif is taking 2 strokes to every one, and it just goes to show you that different styles, like there is no right stroke rate.
Yeah.
There is the right stroke rate for you. People will alter their stroke rate. We've got a nice calm. This is a protected bay here in Alcudia, and so there's not a lot of chop. Some will say that if it is a choppy swim, a higher stroke rate will be beneficial because the water is more turbulent. You're not catching clean water, but here in a nice calm swim, that long and lovely stroke can be equally as effective because you are grabbing nice still water, but you have to, it's sort of like running. There is a wide range of what is ideal for stroke rate, and we're seeing it there between the turnover of Sif Bendix-Madsen in the yellow cap and Steph Clutterbuck above her in the purple cap.
Yeah, that's right. So I think we've got Lena Meissner in the lead in the orange cap. It looks a little bit kind of orange on our screens on the right hand side on the leaderboard. I think actually in second that might be that pearly pink cap. It might be Julie.
That is Julie.
Yeah, and then the green I'm thinking is Louisa with Sif, and actually, but you can still see that comparison. You've got Sif, and actually Steph Clutterbuck is on the far side of Sif in that purple cap, and you can see there's a difference in that length of stroke. Like I said, Steph, she raced 70.3 Valencia, but I think had a flat tire or a puncture, so this is her first pro race. I've heard she's a very good swim biker, so yeah, it's going to be interesting to see, again, new pros coming, or age group has turned pro new into the race. But that's a pretty packed group. They're all, you've got the front 2 leading the way, and then the 3 sat behind, and they've decided to swim in that group on hip rather than stretching out and being on the feet.
Yeah, and I think actually of that group, Sif Bendix-Madsen right in the middle. She's flanked on either side and has 2 athletes in front of her. So I think she's, effectively on water skis right now. She's getting pulled along really, really nicely, which is whether or not she put herself there or is there oftentimes by chance as the swim shakes out, she's in a great spot doing less work than the women certainly in front of her.
Yeah, and very different dynamic to this the men's field that we now see, which is sort of 3 of them strung out in the lead, or 4 as we're getting the camera panning back. We saw that pack of women very sort of clumped up, sitting, as you said, prime spot in the middle, whereas the men have really stretched out the pace, and yeah, a different dynamic. It'd be interesting to see if that front 4 have got away. Or if there is a long line, like we said, of those 44 male
It's hard
pros.
to believe with that many bodies in the water and that much talent that maybe small gaps, but we'll see when we come back after this quick break. Don't go away. We're going to have the conclusion of this Roka swim just after the break.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is you're always looking for what's next.
Zafiro Ironman 70.3 Alcudia-Mallorca is brought to you by VinFast. Boundless together. And by TriDot. Better training results in less time with fewer injuries.
And we are back on the women's lead pack. So we're about 11 minutes, or just coming up to 12 minutes into the female race, 17 minutes into the male race. They started obviously 5 minutes before the females. And we're seeing Lena Meissner at the front with Julie Yemelo in second, or just on her hip, followed by a trio of Louisa from Italy and Sif Bendix-Madsen and Steph Clutterbucks from the UK. They're in the purple, or the violent, I've said it now, it's in my head, violet cap.
You've actually said it twice.
I've said it. It's now fixed in my head. And
Purple.
Sif in the purple, and Sif in the yellow.
And we have a 6th athlete in there in the silver cap. We're not entirely sure who that is, but it is a breakaway group of 6 women off the front here at the halfway point of the Roka swim course.
Yeah, and thankfully the women are doing their job, and we managed to identify some of those key swimmers and put coloured caps on them. Unfortunately, the men, we didn't quite get it right, so we're trying to find out who is leading the men's race for everybody. I'm sure there'll be some eager eyes watching the screen that can recognise swim strokes, but yeah, I think, oh look, there's been a bit of a change up. So Steph Clutterbucks was on the far side, and she's come across to the near side of the camera. Yeah, but those 3 sitting quite pretty behind the lead 2, who just taking it well.
And I'm being overly dramatic here, but it does seem that these lead 2 are trying to break that elastic. Maybe if they took a look over the shoulder at that first turn buoy, saw the group behind them, maybe trying to turn the screws a little bit and get some separation as they head back to shore. As we take a look at our men, and you can see the difference, how strung out they are. Hard to count the bodies there, but it looks like 6 to 7 athletes in the lead with a bigger clump after a slight gap after that as the men head back towards shore.
Yeah, that was a really great aerial view of seeing the difference in the dynamics of the race that we said, like that you've got that front group of women all very clumped together. I do think those two lead women are trying to get away. They definitely were trying to. And then look now, that aerial view, a huge line of men strung out.
1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to say it's 4 to 5 men with a small gap, a solo swimmer, and then a larger pack in pursuit.
Of 10, yeah. It's super hard to see like on the splash which is arms and which is legs and count how
With
many
the sun glare.
count how many people there are. But what a beautiful morning down in the bay of Alcudia in Mallorca. I'm sure many of the British and European fans watching this will they'll probably be waiting to see the people for the holiday makers, the tourists falling out of the nightclubs at this time in the morning and being a bit freaked out by a triathlon race going on.
We will certainly get a sense of what the pace is. Course best swim times here at the 70.3 Mallorca. The fastest swim time ever across this course was back in 2014 with a time of 21:25. We may well best that today. The conditions seem pretty ideal for it, and we've got some pretty crackerjack swimmers out there.
We have, and super excited. I think especially that front group of women could really push the pace on the women's side of things, and then the men, obviously, there's a look. I think it's a group of 4. Actually, I'm going to count 4 in that front lead group. With that one solo swimmer, just off the back, frustrated that he's probably lost.
So difficult to be
he's
that
so close,
but
not quite there.
When the level is this high, it's really hard to close that down. Absolutely.
Yeah, but if you can, I think it's quite a long transition from the swim.
It is
from the swim exit to T1. So opportunity to make up a little bit of ground there. I know that was Emma Pallant-Brown's tactical, hoping that she was going to close down a couple of seconds, getting out of the water and running through to her bike to start that in T1.
Well, it's getting close here for our men's exit from this Roca swim course as you're able to start seeing the shallower waters, men within about, I don't know, 150 meters of the end of this Roca swim. At this stage, Sid, are you putting in a surge? Are you trying to back off? Are you?
I'm just holding on for dear life at the back. If I'm not on my own.
Almost done.
I'm probably on my own going, oh my gosh, let's just try and damage limitation on the back. No, I think at this point you're half in that space of like, okay, I'm getting onto the bike. So trying to shake the legs out a little bit because you're going to go from horizontal to then suddenly standing up. The blood flow is going to suddenly shoot down.
And here we see that dolphin diving we talked about as a tactic, often faster than swimming, will jack the heart rate a little bit. So it's something you want to practice as they high knee and skip out of the water. And we head to our Ironman tracker to see who is amongst our lead men here. Got to get them up across the timing mat as the wetsuits come down, and they are in pursuit of T1.
Look, that's a classic European beach site with a transition, a triathlon race going through the middle. Those day beds and sun umbrellas that we're going to be packed full, I'm sure, of holiday makers later in the day as we see the pro males exiting the water. So a lot of them, it's quite a long run to T1 to transition. So it does give those time a chance to get your wetsuit down. You can see the athlete we're looking at here, his wetsuit's down by his waist already. He's had his suit down underneath his wetsuit. So he's now trying to get that back up. It can be quite tricky when you're wet. So the long run from the swim exit to the bike is often appreciated by those athletes that wear their race suit down. As we're following through these athletes through transition. Straight to the bike.
And another thing that we talk about, a good idea for some of you beginners to sort of walk the transition area on race morning to identify some landmarks around your bike. Exactly. Yeah. It looks awfully different when you're doing it, particularly at speed.
Yep. And when you're when your head's not quite, fully with it. That's I do recognize that. That is Andreas Dreitz exiting the water. So it's good to see Andreas back racing. He's a 3-time Ironman 70.3 Mallorca champion. I think that might be Jan Stratman. But I'm not sure. We're just trying to get a little bit better visual on as the athletes. They pick up their bike bag, and as you saw, it was a super long run. That transition is a long, thin transition. So yeah, it's definitely
Oh, watch it. It's a little slippery.
Yeah, it was very well played out, though. I think it might have, now looks like it was intended. As we see, that's Yuri Kulin there in the purple cap, just coming in to get his bag.
And obviously here, there's Mathis Margirier. You see, there's here the large group is coming. So a lot of those guys closed down during that long run into transition. Guys frantically looking around. Will be wearing bibs on the bike, which is helpful for us commentators up in the booth to get eyes on who's who. But athletes making their way. It's a larger group than I thought. There's Jan Stratman.
Yeah, I think that first guy out was Mattia from Italy, male 55 number. So he's currently out onto the full gas bike course. First, I always love watching this bit to see which pros are going to do a flying mount and which are getting on, stopping and getting on and having to get momentum back up and running.
As we look forward to the full gas bike course and talk about some of our superstar cyclists and some of the guys we'll expect to move up. Ordinarily, we would say Gustav Iden would be somebody to move up, but he was questioning his fitness. So all eyes on Gustav to see where he is at. Mathis Margirier, certainly the cream of the crop when it comes to riding as well. And Yuri Kulin, I expect to be making some pretty aggressive moves on the bike.
Yeah, I actually think this bike course might suit Patrick Langer as well.
As a relatively more slight.
Yeah, with that climb. You know, obviously he did very well at Ironman World Champs in Nice last year. So I think the course in some ways is quite similar, maybe even a bit more technical
and
from that.
Here we have our tracker updating after T1, and it is Mattia Circarelli who is in first place, Jan Stratman, Yannick Schofer, Jonas Vogel, Christoph de Keyser, Gregory Barnaby, Mathis Margirier in 7th, Paul Schuster in 8th, Bryce Harquat in 9th, and Yuri Kulin in 10th place. Those are your top 10 men out of transition onto the bike course.
Yeah, and they're all pretty close together. We just then got a Patrick Langer just then in 11th, and our Wahoo Element rival swim time is 22 minutes and 23 seconds. From Rinal Puras from Estonia, was first out the water.
As we look at our men's leader on to the full gas bike course, coming back to our women's swimmers who will be exiting shortly. If we look at course best times for the women, that time has come and gone. That course record held by Chelsea Sodaro at 21:26. That time has come and gone. We're at 22:07 race time for our women, but still, we'll see how many are in this lead pack. It was a group of 5 to 6 at the last turn. We'll see if they've stayed together on the way back into shore.
Yeah, interestingly enough, Gustav Iden was out of the water a minute down off the leaders and just sort of 10 seconds behind, or 15 seconds behind Patrick Langer and 10 seconds behind Christian Hogenhoud. Actually, our male swim leader didn't have a great transition, dropped to 16th. So after just announcing him as in the Wahoo Element rivals split swim time, but we did see it was quite a long transition from the beach.
And he might have been the one that ended up on his keister.
The one that took a little bit of a sit down. Some people do that on purpose.
Some do. I think I saw him slip as he was trying to stomp out of his wetsuit, which they can be slippery suckers when they're wet. So again, these are all the skills that you need to practice. I recall back to Oceanside 70.3 with Taylor Knibb, who had a picnic in transition.
Well,
again, it didn't end up mattering, but her transitions were terrible, and you don't want to give away free time like that, so it's something you should practice.
I was actually about to bring her up because I was watching her race in Japan earlier, and
they were also
again
abysmal.
her transitions weren't amazing, and she was actually interviewed about them after the race, which I felt was also quite awkward. And she did say that if there is anyone in Boulder who is happy to practice transitions with her, she will be taking up offers, I think.
And a great rear view of this women's lead swim pack. Still a group there of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So still intact, that group of 6 women, many of whom are known to us. I think there's only one unknown athlete in there. And as expected, Lena Meissner, Louisa Pratt, Steph Clutterbuck, Julie Yomolo, and Sif Bendix Madsen are lead women's. Let's see who can be aggressive through the transition and maybe create some separation as they get onto the bike.
I think the other thing to notice, again, it's like coming down to practice that swim entry and exit days before a race is like you swim until you can feel your fingertips dragging on the sand at the bottom, and that's when you stand up.
Our mysterious 6th place female was Bianca Bogan, who some will recognize as the sister of Rico Bogan, and our lead swim time brought to you by our friends at Wahoo Element Rival. That's Lena Meissner out of Germany at 24:13 for the 1.2 mile or 1.9 kilometer swim.
And Rico Bogan being the 70.3 Ironman 70.3 2023 World Championships.
Who's Rico Bogan? As we were saying in studio during the race in Lahti last fall.
So this, Bianca Bogan is his sister. She's also a mum. I think we have a few mums racing again today. I know it's great to see Kristen Leopold back. She's got 2 kids now, and this is her second return to racing. I don't think we'll see her feature in the swim. She's not renowned for her swimming ability, but we might see her. She was always one of those great runners in the sport more over the full distance, but yeah, very much a sub 3-hour runner. So yeah.
And then out of the swim in 7th place solo is Lizzie Rayner out of Great Britain. She is a minute back, still looking for the likes of Laura Phillip and Emma Pallant-Brown. And the big question, will they be together?
And they are. It's just come up as you were saying that. That's fantastic timing. Laura Phillip is 1:21 down off the lead, and she's with Laura Addy from the UK and Emma Pallant-Brown. So I think the fact of Laura Phillip and Emma Pallant-Brown together is a super powerful bike combination.
And let me ask you this, question number 1.
You're going to ask me to predict already?
No.
It's too soon still.
I'm asking, on paper, I would say Laura Phillip is probably slightly stronger cyclist than Emma Pallant-Brown. Will Emma Pallant-Brown be able to stay with Laura Phillip? And what is your assessment of a gap of 1 minute and call it 20 to 25 seconds on the lead group? Is that more or less than you might have expected?
I think that's a pretty good swim by both of those to that front group, especially knowing the caliber of the ITU swimmers coming through and the youth. And also this long transition, I think Laura and Emma it'll be interesting to see how much time, if they do make up anything through transition. I think it's a really powerful combination having Laura and Emma together. And if they play it smartly, they work together on the bike.
Yep.
And use each other to claw back the front and then get on the run and go, okay, it's every man for yourself kind of thing. Rather than, but don't destroy each other on the bike, trying to get away from each other. Just use each other proactively to ride hard, but taking it in turns or work off each other. And then, get to the run and let the running legs do the talking. As we see the pro women are now leaving transition. That was Sif in the white top. And the 2 leaders, I think that's Lena Meissner in the green at the front.
And that's Bianca Bogan.
There we go.
Yep, Bianca Bogan right with her.
It's always fun first races of the year as well.
Both with a flying mount. Kudos.
Well, again, short course athletes probably. It's always fun.
You won't see any of the dedicated long course athletes doing that. You certainly won't see your commentators in studio doing that.
Actually, I can do the flying mount. I can do a flying mount. Don't if you saw me at a race in New Zealand. But it's always also fun at the start of the year because everyone wears new kit. And so you're trying to identify who's in a new kit this year. Emma Pallant-Brown is fairly obvious because she does race in the swimsuit, and that is Sif Bendix Madsen in the white, as we said, as she's heading out onto that bike course with that front group of, it looks like 4 women out onto the course. And we're about 28 minutes into the female race, 33 minutes into the men.
And again, just looking at transitions, we talk about Steph Clutterbuck giving up 30 seconds there. And as we look at our overall transition times brought to you by our friends at Morton, it was Bianca Bogan at 3:08, Lena Meissner at 3:12, and Sif Bendix Madsen at 3:13. Steph Clutterbuck giving up 30 seconds in transition.
Yeah, but quite long. Oh, we've got a new one in coming. Emma Pallant-Brown. I don't know if you mentioned that. Apologies if you did at 2:52.
Oh,
but
she just updated. Yeah.
Yeah, I think she just updated.
And our men on our men's side.
And our men brought to you again by Morton. Our transition times, the top 3 fastest. Patrick Langer, 2:47.
Impressive for the long course athlete.
Impressive for the long course athlete. It does use his running ability. It does play to his running ability strengths. But interestingly, only Emma Brown was only a couple of seconds behind Patrick Langer, and then James Teagle and Gregory Barnaby, as we see, back out on the bike course. That's a long line of the male athletes that we're seeing. Look at this, stunning. Isn't it stunning? The beginning of this bike course, which does hug the coastline. It goes from the port de Alcudia into the Bay of Pollença before they head inland and hit the hills.
And I think it's a good opportunity as we look at this line of men to talk about Race Ranger as an addition to our Ironman Pro Series. Ironman has partnered with Race Ranger to utilize this new electronic drafting detection technology across all Ironman Pro Series events in 2024. This, of course, will include the VinFast Ironman and Ironman 70.3 World Championship. It's a device, if you don't know, that is attached both to the rear and front fork of each athlete's bike, and it allows them to really self-police themselves. It's a color-coded system where it will flash red if you are within the 12-meter draft zone, and it gives you an idea when the athletes are lined up like this. Is there a slot? Is there not a slot? It also allows for the refs to monitor a larger number of athletes, but primarily it's a self-policing device for the pros themselves.
Yeah, that's it. So penalty is still going to be given by a ref on course to the athletes when they are there assessing the race dynamics. But for the athletes, it gives them an idea of knowing what that 12-meter looks like. So yeah, if it's flashing red, it means that the athlete is within that 12-meter draft zone and they have to make a pass. And I'll come back and explain the rest of the Race Ranger details right after this break.
For 12 years, for 4,383 sunrises, across millions of mornings, we've been working to make one thing better. This. Start at drinkag1.com.
Zafiro Ironman 70.3 Alcudia-Mallorca is brought to you by Full Gas. Real roads, real results. And by Mortal Hydration. Thirst quenchiest hydration.
And we are back with the male race at Ironman 70.3 Mallorca. And I'm just going to go back and we were talking about Race Ranger before the break. Now, it's a little bit difficult because this first part of the bike course, as you can see, lots of roundabouts and lots of turns. And so, especially with a big pack, so that the what the athlete behind is seeing is a color-coded system. So if they see a red flag, that means they are within the 12-meter draft zone. It means they have to make a pass, in which they have 25 seconds to do. If it's a solid blue light, it means the athlete is between 12 and 14 meters of the ride. And a solid orange light means it's 14 to 17 meters. So ideally, as to sit in that blue zone, because obviously if you see that red flashing light, it does mean you pass, and obviously a long line of athletes, you're going to have to keep going because you shouldn't really be slotting in. On the motorbikes on the course, they need to assess the dynamics of the race, but data is being collected and recorded. So at the end of the race, we can go.
We know
the technical officials, the race directors can go, can go into the and see which athletes have. They record lots of different things. So one is they've gone into that draft zone and come out.
Yep.
Then they
we
also
call that yo-yoing.
Yo-yoing. It also records the total cumulative time over the whole course of the race athletes spent within that 12 meters.
Correct.
So it's going to be really useful for development in the
and why they're still working with kind of how to manage that data. Transition, exit, and entry. We tend to accordion in and out of transition as the different rates of speed. There tends to be a little bit of leeway given through an aid station. Safety concerns, if there's an emergency vehicle on the course, obviously that data needs to be, you can light right there, and also sharp turns, 90 degrees or sharper, and we some of those on this course. There tends to be an accordion effect. So the data will collect whether or not you're in that zone. What the officials have to do is judge the intent. So the officials witness the infraction and deliver the penalty, but a lot of really interesting data making for better racing and more fair racing.
Yeah, and as you see, we've just seen that. So the orange light meant that the athlete behind was sort of over 14 meters. It's gone back to orange now. We saw it at blue, so they were creeping up to that 12 to 14. And yeah, I think it's just going to be really. And
see, we see the flashing red, but now she's making the pass. Right.
That's right. Yep. Yeah. So she's had to go past or into the lead of our female race again as they go along the beautiful lakeshore. I was gonna, something else with the race ranger. I think just it's gonna be really great to see the pros really want it.
Yes.
They want to be able to have that idea of what that 12 zone is. It gives them an idea, I think, for the technical officials as well. The other thing I was going to say, like uphill as well.
Yes.
There's all you've still got to have a technical official on the race, on the course, to see the dynamic and deliver that penalty if it's appropriate, or if it's, like you said, it's a corner and it's that yo-yoing effect, and if it's just as the athletes are. She's going through very quickly here.
It's unfortunate being where all of the bags are sort of rehung. I'm imagining this is
not ever been renowned for her swimming abilities, but she is a fantastic runner. It's great to see her back racing, that she's just had a second child, and so she's come back from maternity and back on the race course, which is really fantastic to see. And yeah, she's a really solid. And it's great to see her back racing, that she's just had a second child, and so she's come back from second maternity and back on the race course, which is really fantastic to see. And yeah, she's a really solid biker, and then at one of the best, or was one of the best runners, and it would be great to see her back to that running form.
And good to see her again in pursuit. We'll see how many athletes ahead of her she can pick off. I believe the one remaining bike in there would be Ruth Astles. Again, she was a very last-minute withdrawal from the race this morning. So when you saw that one bike still hanging in transition, that would be Ruth, and she is unfortunately out of the race.
Yeah, and that is Christine was 10 minutes back from those lead women.
And again, we see this lineup of athletes with the technical official alongside. One of the other great benefits of that race ranger, as we sort of close the loop on that, it allows the technical official to monitor. It's very difficult to monitor this many athletes because, again, given the position of the technical official, you can't see the gaps between the first 3 athletes when you're back with the last 4 in a group of 18 men. However, you can see flashing red lights. And I think if the technical official on the moto sees a flashing red light for an extended period of time, he's going to get a little bit closer to the action and go check it out. So many benefits to this technology. And another thing that we'll be studying the data, you know, hopefully down the road, is 12 meters the appropriate draft zone? Do we need to be longer? What are the benefits and the drawbacks? And there's just so much potential in the future and so much benefit in the here and now.
Yeah, and I think what's going to be super interesting to see if it can be developed, that data that they collect, actually, if it can go in real time to a central hub where the technical officials can be looking at it, and then they can see a race dynamic and go, oh, look, there's something going on here with this group of athletes. Let's get a motorbike up there. Let's assess it.
I mean, could we fast forward to a day in the future, a la George Jetson, where it can all be remote and we don't need to have officials and motos out on the course? Where the athletes are given a warning and then, hey, you've got a penalty, and it's all done remotely.
And that was Sarah Sphinx. Just getting onto a bike. Looks like she got on a little bit early, so she's come back off to move over the
mountain line.
I think this is we're seeing scenes from earlier in the transition, but now back to this male line. That is a huge train of male athletes, and that's really difficult dynamic to navigate. You can see there's going to be a huge amount of yo-yoing and bunching up, especially through aid stations. You can see a couple of athletes missing bottles, some of them. So that's Yuri Kulin there swinging out wide. We've all seen his videos of late of him practicing. But also there's going to be a lot of really have to pay attention. You really have to be switched on. It's almost harder when you're in such a big train like that to ensure you don't get a drafting penalty, because if you're not paying attention and you creep into that 12-meter gap, whereas if you're on your own sometimes or in a smaller group, it's a little bit easier just to stick to your numbers.
But if memory serves, and it's been a hot minute since I've raced in Mallorca, but we are not dreadfully far away from the start of the climb. The climb starts relatively early on the bike, and that might create some separation here. It's relatively flat through the first 10 kilometers. It kicks up a little bit, 10 to 20K, and 20K starts the primary climb on this course. So I think a lot of these athletes jockeying for position, but we're going to see a lot of changes happen once they hit that climb.
Yeah, and we just saw on screen there, that's Yuri Kulin from the Netherlands. He just decided that he wasn't happy sitting in that long train of pro males. He was about in the middle, so he wasn't coming from the back, but he was about in the middle, and he's decided he wants to take it on.
Clear.
Take it on from the front. He's also signaling. I think he was being polite in terms of maybe signaling something at the side of the road for the athletes behind them. Yuri's he almost had like a breakout race at 70.3 World Champs last year in Lahti, finishing 6th, and then has a fantastic start to the 2024 season race.
There was a lot of buzz about him going into Lahti that perhaps he would wind up on the podium. A lot of the, there's buzz when your fellow pros are talking about, well, you guys really got to keep an eye on this guy. And a lot of the pro men were saying, you got to keep an eye on this guy.
Yeah, that's right. And he's young. He's super focused in what he wants to achieve. He's built a team around him over the last couple of years. He's got a swim coach in to work specifically on his swim because he identified that as a weakness. I think what we've seen at the beginning of this year is a real change in his biking, and so that he can actually, like we're seeing now, bike himself to the front of the race. And I'm sure he'll be wanting to get a gap away from the rest of that train of men.
So we're going to take a minute here as we take a look at our screen, and we see a turtle, a rabbit, and a rocket ship.
I thought you were joking then until I looked up at the screen as well.
It sounds like a joke, right? A guy walks into a bar and sees a turtle, a rabbit, and a rocket ship.
Has jet lag really kicked in already?
No, but we're talking about the Tri-Dot Race Index, and this is another addition to Ironman racing. Ironman has partnered with Tri-Dot and come up with this race index, which basically it's a course rating. It's a degree of difficulty, we'll call it, that allows you to compare race over race. If you raced here in Mallorca 70.3 a year ago and you raced again and your time was slower and you're a little bummed out about that because you thought you were fitter, the race index will give you an indication of, well, today was a harder day. So race 0 is the baseline, and when a race index is 0, it means perfectly ideal conditions, very light wind, ideal temperatures, a very flat bike. There are over, I think, 100 data points that go into what makes between 0 and 100 a race difficult. The scale does go from 0 to 100, maxes out at 100. So Ironman Lanzarote, perhaps on a really hot and windy day, might be a 90. Ironman 70.3 Nice on a really hot and windy day might be an index of 90, 95. Ironman Florida on a very cool day will be a much lower, maybe a 15 on the race index. So it also gives a sense of what that impact will be based on your level of skill and experience as a triathlete. So if you are a front of the packer, you are a rocket ship, an elite athlete with loads and loads of experience, a race index it'll give you today's race index score is 60, which is above the midpoint. This is a challenging course, very technical. It's going to be warm today. So for an elite athlete who might ordinarily race 4 hours, they might expect a time almost 40 minutes slower than that. If you're a middle of the pack athlete, you are a race rabbit, and you normally would race somewhere in and around your expectation would be 5.5 hours. You might expect a race time of 6 hours and 45 minutes. And if you are a beginner athlete, you are not quite as experienced, the impact on your performance on this course, given today's score of 60, would be almost 2 hours slower than a race index day of 0.
It's fascinating, isn't
Yes.
it, that you can now kind of track your race and like have that comparison as we're seeing. I think this is some of the age group athletes that we have, over 3,800 age group athletes racing today. He looks very happy with himself. Either he's had a good swim or he's happy to be out the water.
Well, he's one of our rocket ships.
He's one of our rocket ships, that's right. Yeah, yeah.
But that race index also allows you to sort of compare, hey, I raced Ironman Haines City and you raced Ironman Lanzarote. How can we tell who raced better?
Yeah.
Right? So it allows sort of what would ordinarily be an apples to oranges comparison, more of an apples to apples comparison.
Yeah, that's right. So
thanks to our friends at TriDot for that invention.
Yeah, and putting all that work in, as we see. Yeah, we're now down views of transition, and it's just going to get busier and busier and busier as all those age group athletes go through and start their bike course. This is back with the women's race, and I wanted to update because we had it on screen a little bit. That is Sif Madsen, who is in the lead in the white kit. I know the leaderboard they haven't been through the first split on the bike, so we haven't quite updated. As somebody coming up on the outside will get a better view. But it was Sif and Alina Messner that were leading the bike, and there's obviously a group of women that were together, and we'll get some views on.
I was going to say, it's a pretty large group of women, considering there were only 6 in the lead as they left transition. This is a significantly larger group, and that's Laura Phillip. That's Laura Phillip making her way through this big group.
I actually think that might have been a male pro that they were just catching up to, which is just going to confuse things a little bit.
But it is entirely possible that Laura has closed down the gap on the leaders. So we'll wait for that timing segment to update, which we expect at 15.5 kilometers. So that should be coming up pretty darn quickly. But Laura Phillip doing Laura Phillip things and getting to business after a very strong swim, I believe, and we'll get confirmation as to whether or not that is the case, that she may have closed down that gap to the leaders and is making her way towards the front of this race. And we will find out after this quick commercial break. So don't go away, get a snack, and come right back.
Your new vehicle, Mr. Lawrence. The VinFast VF8.
All the latest tech?
Precisely.
Whoa.
Cut. Great delivery, Joey.
I've had a lot of practice saying that word. It's pretty cool, huh?
The VinFast?
Yeah. It's got action. 402 horsepower.
All-wheel drive.
Over-air updates and a 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty.
Yes, but
15-inch infotainment screen.
Cut! None of those lines are in the script, Joey.
I just think people are really going to want to know those things.
That's what the website's for, Joey.
Introducing the Ironman Pro Series Virtual Edition on Full Gas. Join athletes from across the globe as they conquer bike courses from the Ironman Pro Series. Challenge yourself, travel the world, and earn your exclusive finisher's medal. Push your limits and make your mark. Exclusively on Full Gas. Unleash your inner champion. Register now at fullgas.com.
The feed is everything you need to fuel your workout. Hydration, bars, gels, chews.
High-performance supplements. We even have breakfast shakes. Ready for your ride?
Totally. Let's go.
Gels every 20 minutes.
Just started training or plan to be a world champion? We've got you.
Thanks, Feed Coach.
Don't forget to hydrate.
We'll help you pick your fuel for your run, ride, or triathlon. Shop today to get a free water bottle printed with your name. Visit thefeed.com. Fuel your workout.
And back to the action here in T1 as our age groupers are taking to the Full Gas bike course. Our pro men are through nearly 25K, so they have started that climb.
Yeah, and Diddy, you've raced this course, albeit the full distance, back in 2014, I think it was.
Ancient history. I hardly remember it.
I think you got a podium as well, if I
can hardly remember it.
What's what do you like about the bike course, or what's similar? I know obviously this is 70.3, so it's not going to be the full course that you rode, but you know, give us your memories and highlights as we watch.
Sure, the course, I mean, generally speaking, cycling in Mallorca is just delightful. It is an incredibly cycling-friendly community. So training there is joyful in terms of the interaction with, say, automobiles and other cyclists that you'll find out on the road. It is just, it's terrific. The roads are great. There are some great climbs. There are also some flatter sections where we are right now with our lead women. But what I loved about it, this 70.3 course, if as compared to the full Ironman, is this is the second half of the full Ironman course. So we didn't see the first half of the full Ironman course, but this is the, I'm going to say, more challenging section of the course. The athletes went through a flatter sections, and now they are starting the climb up to Juk. I believe there is a like a monastery or something up there. There's some historic buildings up there, and it's a steady climb, but the descent is just next level. And so I think we're going to see a lot of exciting action here on the bike, where we have some of these larger groups, both in the men's and women's race. I think we're going to see a lot of separation as we take a look at our leaderboard now of our women through 15.5 kilometers. And we were correct. Oof. Laura Philipp and Emma Pallant-Brown closed down that minute 20 seconds. They suffered out of the swim and are now in the lead alongside Steph Clutterbuck and Lena Meissner coming up from short course and holding on. Julie Yamolo at 9 seconds back. Sif Bendix Madsen also in there. Bianca Bogan still there. And just about another 10 seconds back, Pratt looking like she's getting kicked out the backside of that group.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive to gain that 1 minute 20
in 15K.
In 15K. But yes, as I said, there was Laura and Emma working together. We don't know how much. They might have made a bit of time up in transition.
Yep.
And also, like, Sif and Lena, they're no slouch on the bike. Like,
correct.
Sif is one of the
stronger cyclists.
I wanted to comment on her position when she was on screen earlier. Like, she's so compact, she's so powerful and strong. And so for Laura and Emma to close that gap down, they are definitely mean serious business. And I think now with those two at the front of the race, it'll be interesting to see who can hang on. And I think once they start that climb that you just described, I think that's where Laura and Philippa potentially are going to come into their own. Both very good climbers on the bike. But yeah, that dynamic of the race has changed. And we're seeing it more and more with the women's racing. And it's really fantastic as the start fields get bigger, that we're getting these bigger packs on the women's side, similar to you see on the men's racing. And we're seeing that now. Laura and Emma have closed up, brought Steph back into that group. And there's a group of kind of 6, 7 of them now riding together. And it's a different dynamic because a lot of women are used to just getting on the bike and they're riding on their own because it's less numbers or they're more spread out. And now they have to have, again, that their head-up awareness of that draft zone and not overcooking it too soon by trying to stay with the group, being confident and sticking to your own numbers so that you've still got the legs to run at the end.
Well, and as I said, as they make their way up this climb, I think we're going to see some separation even amongst some of these stronger cyclists, Laura Philipp, even to a Steph Clutterbuck, and perhaps a Sif Bendix Madsen. But as we visit these great communities who host our Ironman races, we like to learn a little bit about the communities, and as our pros attack this climb, we know that this stunning mountain range that we are about to climb was recognized as a UNESCO World Heritage Site back since 2011. The Serra de, I'm going to mess this up, so my apologies, Tramontura mountain range is celebrated for its beautiful natural scenery and rich cultural heritage. The rugged peaks and picturesque villages offer a glimpse of the island's history and the relationship between the inhabitants and the land. As a UNESCO site, it is protected and cherished for its significance, serving as a reminder of the importance in preserving our natural and cultural landscape. So hopefully we'll get back to some of the action at the front of the race and see some of those magnificent vistas.
I do love our fun facts.
I do, yes.
I do love our fun facts.
That
so
we
thank
know
you.
stone cold.
Yeah.
Because we're just smart.
Yes, exactly. I've done our research, so I thank you for the team that support us in making us looking good with the fun facts.
I was taking credit for it, Encyclopedia Britannica.
I know, like I said, you have raced this course. My experience of Mallorca is not on a bike. We'll get to that probably later. It's probably a bit too early in the program.
It's too early in the morning.
In the morning for that. Yeah, as we see, so that we're watching this is a huge number of the age groupers coming out and starting their day on the bike, but you can see that female pro leaderboard, those top 8 with it, then that gap of about 2 minutes back to Lizzie Rayner and Laura Addy, both from the UK, both relatively new pros. Yep. I think Lizzie's been a pro for a couple of years and has had a couple of podiums. Laura's a bit newer, trying to find a form, but part of, this new wave. A lot of British new pros coming through as we quickly check in with the male leaders there. Coming up to that second bike check, but Yuri Kulin had gone to the front of the race, as we see, and we hope to get back to those race sites and that male lead right after this break.
And welcome back to the Zafiro Ironman 70.3 Alcudia-Mallorca. I am Dee Dee Griesbauer alongside Laura Siddle here in studio. And we are in the full gas bike course. And you might ask me, Sid, why aren't we seeing scenes from the full gas bike course?
Dee Dee, why aren't we seeing scenes from the full gas bike course?
Why, thank you, Laura. I will tell you right now. It is because we are having a little bit of, again, here in the mountain ranges, it's hard to get coverage to get that feed back from our cameras into studio here, but just as I said that, it came back. So we are getting some scenes now of the men making this climb, but that is a little bit broken. So as we are getting broken footage here, we're going to talk about, we got a chance to catch up with one of our strong cyclists in the field today, none other than Laura Philipp, who is licking her chops at the opportunity to race here in Mallorca. And here is what Laura had to say in A Fighting Chance.
If I can stick with you on the swim, it's race tactics going on.
So, because we were just talking with Ruth Astle, previous champion as well. There's some race tactics going on.
Yeah, it's true. Ruth is the winner of the Ironman. I think the course is similar, a bit longer. So yeah, she probably also has quite some good memories on this race. Yeah, I mean, Ruth is a strong cyclist, so maybe we will see each other out there, and hopefully we can close the gap to the front.
What's been happening with Laura Philipp January through to beginning of the season, and was Valencia, was that like a little pre-race to get a fitness sort of level before you start the Pro Series?
Yeah, so I had a good block of training during winter. We went to St. Moritz to high altitude a few times. Yeah, my main focus is definitely on the Ironman World Champs in Nice this year. So I will just try to build my fitness towards September. And it's always good to get a first test of your fitness, and also, you know, get rid of the rust and just get into the rhythm of race week and race day. Yeah, I think it's an awesome time to be in the sport right now. We have so many races to choose from, and I was especially happy to see Mallorca on the Pro Series, because yeah, I think like this we have a stronger field and more exciting racing, and yeah, hopefully I can attend more races of the series throughout the season.
So you've checked the field out this weekend. Have you got your eye on anybody?
A few, and then of course also Emma Pellant. I think I've raced her nearly every time I was here, and we were always on the podium together. I think the proudest of my podium moments was standing on the podium with Nicola and Emma, and I was on number one, so that was special. And so she's definitely a fierce competitor, always strong, and especially on the run, of course. So yeah, will be exciting to see how the race plays out.
So maybe a Philipp, Pallant, Brown and Meisner podium?
Well,
Philipp on the top spot.
That would be really cool. I will be working hard for that.
And welcome back to the Ironman 70.3 Mallorca. That was Laura Philipp on the Fighting Chance talking. Now, I'm really interested. She mentioned in that race Emma Pallant-Brown, and the two of them have raced twice here at the race, 2016 and 17, which Laura won both of those times. They've actually had 9 head-to-heads in races over the year. They're very similar match. They came out of the water together. They now look, they've biked up to the front. What do you think their tally is on head-to-heads out of that 9? Who's won more than the other?
I'm going to say Laura Philipp has won 6 and Emma's won 3.
You saw my notes, didn't
No,
you?
I didn't. I really didn't. I totally guessed.
Damn you.
I totally guessed.
You
that
are
was
correct.
100% gut.
You are correct.
Good job, Didi.
It's a 3-6 to Laura Philipp over Emma Pallant, and 2 of those wins have been at Ironman 70.3 Mallorca. Laura has one, obviously, here. She's got a lot of history at this race. She's coming off a 4th place at 70.3 Valencia a few weeks ago, which I think to her would have probably been a little bit disappointing. So I think she'll be out to prove a point. She's not used to not being on the podium, let alone not the top step.
Yeah, I think so, but I think, I looked at some of her comms after the race, and she was very matter-of-fact about it, that it wasn't to expectation, but that it was also the first race coming off of an off-season where she obviously celebrated her podium finish at the Ironman World Championship, which was a massive breakthrough for her, well-deserved. She had worked very hard for that. So I think moving through the off-season, in the first race of the year, sometimes you never know what you're going to get, even for an athlete of that caliber. And to be a little off the mark in April, not necessarily a bad thing.
Yeah, and the other thing, like we're seeing this year with the Ironman Pro Series and the number of races, and there's a lot of other races on the circuit, it's a really long season.
Exactly.
And so athletes are really having to time their training, making sure they're staying healthy and fit, injury-free. Laura has had some injuries in the past, so she's probably, and she said that Ironman 70. The VinFast Ironman 70.3 World Championships is her goal, very much like Emma Pallant-Brown's as well. You know, and that's not till December, which is super late in the year. So
well, I think Laura Philippa is also very excited for Nice.
Of course, Nice, which is September. Yeah, correct.
But focus on championship race season as opposed to where if she is more than going to make up for the points deficit if we're talking Pro Series at those races opposed to a 4th at Valencia in April.
Totally, and she needs to prime time herself and her fitness to be peaking at the end of the year in that September, December, not in April. It does make that the Ironman, let's talk about the Ironman Pro Series. I'm really fascinated because obviously there's 2,500 points on offer at a 70.3, and there's 5,000 points for an Ironman race.
Sure.
And athletes over the year, they can race as many times as they like. I think it's, 20 races in total, which does include the World Championships in Nice, Kona, and
I would race all 20.
in Topor. You would race all 20, even the male and the female separate ones. So athletes can race as many times as they want, but it is their 5 best results that count. And out of that, 3 of those results, so it looks like we've got one age grouper who's lost his bike. Don't remember, like Didi said, go back.
Study the transition.
Study transition. It's 3 Ironmans that you can count. And we can talk more about the dynamics and the tactics in racing.
What I'm going to be curious to see as we get through the season and the points, tally, how much strategic racing we'll see when you look at the people around you in the points tallies. I go back to when we were on a qualification system for the Ironman World Championship that was a point system, and you would sort of track your nearest competitors if you were on the bubble as to who was racing where and who you were racing against. And are you going to choose races strategically so that you can be closer to the leader so that you're not giving up as many points? We look at Oceanside where Taylor Knibb was in a different zip code.
You would strategically choose as a female not to race in a race that Taylor Knibb is racing in because you're not going to get as many points.
Are we going to see that sort of chess match as the season develops? And I absolutely am. I'm here for it. I hope we do, and I am here for it when we do.
I think it's hard at the moment because we're in these first few races and everyone's trying to understand how it's going to work.
Yeah.
I think that the full distance, the Ironman athletes are going to be prominent in the series. That's double points for them and they can have 3 of those races. But doing 3 Ironman distance races in a year is really tough.
Yes.
So the other thing about this series is who can be, you might not have to win every race, but are you consistently performing?
Sure.
Across those races at that high level, and can you stay injury-free? Can you stay healthy? Can you pick the races that, your competitors aren't at, or that Taylor Knibb isn't racing, so that you actually score some points?
Well, and we also talked offline a little bit about the fact that if you're Emma Pallant-Brown, who has raced Ironman in the past, but has moved away from it because the half distance is truly her bread and butter. It's her specialty. It's what she is dominant in the world at. It's still worth her while to participate in the Pro Series because of how deep the bonus pool runs. And so while she may not be able to look because of the lack of a points hit from an Ironman race, she can still pick up $5,000 for being 11 through 50, and that is well worth her while to race half-distance races that she was going to race anyway. So it really behooves the athletes to take part in this series.
And that's what's going to be interesting is like those athletes that are in that, the 40 to 50th, like what races did they do? How many races? It's a real opportunity. And as you're seeing on the screen now, if you look at the bottom, the rolling scroll is our current female Ironman Pro Series standing. So, Maya Stage Nelson rounding out that top 10. And above that, we can see our female age group overall swim times coming through. Some speedy age groupers across the board there.
Yeah, so if you are tracking your favorite age groupers and they are swim superstars, keep your eyes peeled on that bottom menu there because you will see their names flash along, and you can also keep track of our Pro Series tallies. And let me ask you this, Sid, are you a fan of cycling, nature, and wildlife?
Always.
Yes. Well, if you are a fan of cycling, nature, and wildlife, this region of Mallorca, known as Alcudia, is perhaps the perfect place for you. With diverse terrain ranging from the lung-busting climbs and the more relaxed flat coastal routes, it's no surprise that the northern region of the island is known as a premier destination for cyclists and tourists alike. So on your next holiday or your next training camp, I think we should, take a look at Mallorca.
Again, very different to my previous experience of Mallorca. But another race you could do, not just celebrating Mallorca, but come and celebrate with us the 10th anniversary of Ironman Calella, Barcelona on the 6th of October, 2024. The village of Calella is on the Spain's eastern coastline of the Mediterranean Sea. It hosts one of the most popular end-of-season races in Europe, a sea swim in the bay, a fast bike course, and a flat run. This race is ready for your new personal best.
And again, thank you for your patience. We are struggling to get a steady feed here in the mountains, particularly along this climb, but here are some great scenes. You can see what's going on. We are currently following Emma Pallant-Brown, and I believe that would be Laura Philipp ahead of her. Gives you the sense, the nature of this climb, and if you think this climb is spectacular, I do hope we are not blacked out of the descent, because it is nothing short of magnificent when we get to that section of the course. But thank you for your patience. It's just hard to get a steady feed with the mountainous terrain here.
Yeah, and the women are about 30 kilometers or 30.5 kilometers through the bike race, the bike course, the full gas bike course. The men are like about 37.3 kilometers through. Hopefully we will get some splits, but again, as we said, they with the tracking and with this mountainous terrain, I think this is now back to the male lead race. I think that's Christian Hogenhaug. I think we saw his BMC kit. There we can see a side view, very tucked in. Now, did you talk to us a little bit about this? We're seeing a lot of the pros now with their arms, the aero bars at quite a tight angle, and you can see on the view of Christian then, just before we moved over to Jan, quite a tight,
it's a great contrast because Jan has a relatively flatter hand position, much like Jan Frodeno used to ride. But we do see a lot of the athletes with that. Yeah, exactly. If your name is Jan, you have to ride like that. But no, the difference between the more traditional position that we see Jan Stratman with and the high hands that we had of Christian Hogenhaug. And the thought behind it is when you get those hands up, you can sort of tuck your head behind it. As you can see, there's very little space there. His nose is practically on his wrists. So there's very little airflow there. And he is basically one unit going through the air, and it is very aerodynamic. For some, it's an adjustment in terms of comfort, so that's why you see variations in that position. But a lot of time in the wind tunnel has told us that high hand position and the ability to tuck your head in behind it. Again, last season we saw a lot of athletes actually shoving a water bottle down the front of their race kit to take up some of that airspace as well, so that you are sort of a solid unit moving against the air, and there's not airflow as you would see sort of in Jan's sort of chest there and in front of his arms between his face. That is all taken up, and the wind tunnel tells us that is in fact faster. Of course, that bottle down the chest has been, that rule has been updated, that is no longer allowed. But what we're seeing now is a lot of athletes position their bottle outside of the kit, but in that same pocket of space.
Yeah, that's right. And I think it's especially on when you've got a course that is then climbing, and we're going to see more of those stunning mountainous pictures, hopefully, when we come back right after this break.
Your new vehicle, Mr. Lawrence. The VinFast VF8.
All the latest tech?
Precisely.
Whoa!
Cut. Great delivery, Joey.
I've had a lot of practice saying that word. It's pretty cool, huh?
The VinFast?
Yeah. It's got action 402 horsepower.
All-wheel drive.
Over-air updates and a 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty.
Yes, but
15-inch infotainment screen.
Cut! None of those lines are in the script, Joey.
I just think people are really going to want to know those things.
That's what the website's for, Joey.
For 12 years, for 4,383 sunrises, across millions of mornings, we've been working to make one thing better. This, AG1 is foundational nutrition, a science-driven formulation to support whole body, brain, and gut health with just one of these, or one of these, once a day. Welcome to foundational nutrition. Welcome to AG1. Start at drinkag1.com.
Back to the action here at Zafiro, Ironman 70.3, Alcudia-Mallorca. We are here on this balearic island in Spain. It is the 7th largest island in the Mediterranean, a great vacation destination, and as we've been discussing, a cyclist's paradise, as we see right now Christian Hogenhaug taking advantage of.
Yeah, and the Balearic Islands, not to be mistaken for the other Spanish islands, the Canary Islands, which involves Lanzarote, Gran Canaria, where we know there are races there as well, and very popular as cycling and training destinations with British, European triathletes, because they tend to be fairly good weather all year round. But you can certainly see why Mallorca is a cycling haven. We are getting a little bit of coverage cutting in and out as the athletes go through this stunning section in the hills. But, you know, the view on screen now, Christian Hogenhaug, I apologize. It just looks fantastic. It looks stunning. I want to ride my bike.
I know. You might, the crazy thing is you might look at these roads and be like, oh my gosh, that seems so dangerous. It's so twisty. It's so turny. The lanes are so tight. But the cars are so used to the cyclists and actually... Yep. And you won't believe me, but I have experienced it, yield to the cyclists.
Yeah. Oh,
they are very patient, very friendly, and know that there are cyclists out there. And so you can ride these roads freely without, you know, relatively, you don't want to be reckless, but without concern.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's race day.
Right.
I think, you know, the closed roads, which is fantastic.
Sure.
But yeah, from my experience as well, from living in Spain and living in Girona, it's just a different culture. The local drivers will just sit behind you and they'll just happily wait there till it's safe to pass. They might give you a friendly toot, but there's no rush about their lifestyle. It's a very, the Mediterranean lifestyle. It's very mañana.
Very mañana.
I should say.
As we look at our pro men here, they are through the bulk of the climb and on to the descent of this course. Again, because our coverage is spotty, therefore our timing updates are spotty as well. That is all transmitted over the same signal, so we will get you the updates as soon as we are able.
But we do know that the top of that climb was at 35 kilometers into the race, so pretty early on in that first third of the race, and we saw those views as they were going into that descent. Now the back end of the course, it's more rolling hills.
Yes.
So from a race dynamic, you definitely wanted to make a move probably on that climb to break up.
Yeah.
As I think that's Jan Stratman overtaking one of the other male
So
pros,
here we are
Italians.
on the bulk of this descent, and what is extraordinary about this, and I'll just share my experience since we're having difficulty being live with the race, but as we are getting some of these scenic shots on the descent, I actually hired a car to drive me to the top of the climb to ride the descent, because I think the first 2 kilometers of the descent, there are something insane like 7 180-degree switchbacks in that section of road. And not being a great technical rider, I wanted to ride it a few times prior to race day. Well, it is so technical that after doing it twice, I was like, well, nobody can go very fast down this, so it wasn't even worth it. But it is stunning, and my broader message is that if you get the chance to travel to Mallorca, even if you're not a super competitive triathlete or cyclist, it is worth going and riding there because it's stunning.
Yeah, I think the great thing, we talked about the Calais race a few moments ago at the back end of the year in October, and this race in Mallorca, it's at the beginning of the year in May, and it's kind of those Spanish European races that sort of bookend the season when perhaps those people coming out of the UK, they're fed up of the winter weather and they're looking for some sun, and they use Mallorca, the island, to get away and get some great training in and get that warmth of the sun again and just enjoy racing. It's like, go and have that if you can, obviously. Go and pick those races that are in those stunning locations that aren't just the freeway. And, Mallorca here, we're seeing it on screen now, is just beautiful. I mean, I want to kind of get on my bike now. I think I'd prefer a road bike on this course at the moment, climbing up that hill. You can see the athletes on their base bars as they're working through those rollers. But yeah, I mean, I think to go and have your road bike and just go and explore everything that Mallorca has to offer.
And as we look at one of our men's hopefuls here for the podium, we got a chance to chat with Jan Strootman about this course before the race, and here's what Jan had to say.
I think I'm well prepared for this course. I know the run course, I know the bike course. I think I know every corner at the uphill and downhill part, which is crucial. And I'm also aware that you need to have something in the tank left after the hill, because it's another 50K. The bike course is more difficult than the one I raced 3 weeks ago, and I think you can make more of a difference on this course. And mostly I'm looking forward to the downhill because it's so much fun. I was a bit surprised or also honored, but having I think 5 World Championships titles right in my neck with the legends of the likes of Patrick and Gustav, Mattes and Yuri racing, I think it's a really, really stacked field. And as I told you earlier, it might be one of the best, if not the best, 70.3 field this season out of the worlds. So yeah, it's a real test, and I'm really looking forward to see where I'm at in this field. It will be a really long and exciting season. I will do now Mallorca, then I'm gonna race in Samorin next weekend. Another big race. Back-to-back racing is like a really hard test also for the first long distance in summer. I'm gonna go to Roth as a German. I think it's crucial. And then the focus switches a bit. I'm trying to qualify for Nice next year in a late Ironman. And as well, as you said, the second big goal this year is Taupo for sure. And but this is still far away.
Well, there you have Jan Strootman, and during Jan's chat with us, we got some updates from our men's race through 35 kilometers, and it is Christian Hogenhaug in the lead of our men's race, and he is clear now of Mattes Margirier, who is 35 seconds back, and Jan Strootman there at 37, and the pack Matthias Cesarelli at 41. Gregory Barnaby in that group as well, with Nicholas Mann and Johannes Vogel at 49 seconds back.
So as we can see, just in that 30 kilometers, 15 kilometers from that first checkpoint where we saw on the camera, Yuri Kulin had made a move to the front of the bike. Yep. And now at 35 kilometers or over 35 kilometers, they've climbed up and over the main point of the bike course, and Yuri isn't now
nowhere to be
nowhere to be seen.
Yep.
So we hope he's not had a mechanical or anything like that. Obviously, we're struggling a little bit with the images from that bike course and the tracking.
Actually, 2 more through that timing, Matt. Matthias Peterson at 2 minutes 11 back, so still no Yuri Kurlin. So we'll have to get an update on what is going on with Yuri. Hopefully we can get that from the course, or Yuri makes his way to that timing map. But again, as we predicted, some significant changes as we take a look at that overhead. These are the turns I'm talking about.
Didi was having nightmares about these just from the commentary booth before the race.
I literally, well, not nightmares so much as that it is very, very hard to take these turns at speed, and now we're going to show someone taking them at speed and make me look stupid.
We both we both have a coach who would be relishing this corner and would be trying to get down there as fast as possible. I'm going to mention her, Julie Dibbons, you know who we're talking about. As we go back to the weather sponsored by Roca, our race weather, so we can see, yeah, beautiful day in Mallorca, 21 degrees C, which for our American viewers is 70 degrees Fahrenheit. Clear blue sky, as you can see when we do get those images. Yeah, very little wind, 2 kilometers an hour. The water temperature this morning was a bit chilly at 17.4. It was a wetsuit swim, 60% humidity. It is a stunning spring day in Mallorca, and gosh, yes, I would like to be out there on that bike course, riding my bike, rather than, I do love being in the studio with you, Didi, I do have to say that, but that bike's looking pretty appealing at the moment. As we saw, I think that was Giorgia Prioni that we just got a quick glimpse of from the women's race before cutting back to the men. And as we said, for those people joining us expecting to see Zafiro IRONMAN 70.3 Mallorca, it is a stunning bike course that we are just struggling with some of the footage as the athletes go through those hills. But talk about Mallorca, there are, for the pro races, 3 spots for the pro males and the pro females for the Ironman, the VinFast Ironman 70.3 World Champs in Topor in December. And we do get some footage now back on our race leader on the women, female side.
I do have some updates from out on the course that we are getting from some of our spotters. We've had a couple of blue cards issued to our athletes. Men's bib 54, Bruce Harcourt has received a blue card for drafting. Lena Meissner has also received a blue card for drafting. Bib number 8, Yuri Kulin, also received a blue card for drafting back at 24 kilometers on the bike. And Steph Clutterbuck has received a blue card for drafting. So again, we're seeing more drafting penalties, but which is a great thing, because it is upping the level of fairness in racing and allowing the refs to see an awful lot more going on. But I'm gonna do a little finger wag here at the booth at the athletes, because there's a red light flashing in their eyes that's telling them you're too close, and it's not just a suggestion. So again, any athlete that gets a penalty with Race Ranger intact, it's on the athlete.
Yeah, and I think that's where we're seeing this change of dynamics with more packs racing. Like, you really do have to be clued up. So don't sit in the blue zone, which is 12 to 14 meters. Sit in the orange zone, which is more than 14 meters, and you're going to be okay. Yeah. Like, don't push it to be that bit closer.
I mean, even in the blue zone is pretty wide. Like, I think in this day and age, with the addition of Race Ranger, there is virtually no excuse to get a penalty.
But I think with that blue zone being that 12 to 14 meters, if you just nudge slightly and it flashes red and you've got a technical official there without meaning to.
Yes.
Whereas if you set yourself up in the orange zone, you're just safe and it's a much fairer racer. However, let's not get too dug down. I'm going to do a fun fact.
I was going to say, instead of defending drafters, you're going to do a fun fact.
Do a fun fact. I'm not defending drafters, please. I'm trying. Actually, I was trying.
I was stirring the pot.
No, I know you are. And I was trying to subtly say that we should have bigger drafting distances, because then the effect is not so much. Maybe surprisingly, the humble I can't even speak now. Almond nut has a rather significant status in Mallorcan culture.
The almond nut.
The almond nut. Almonds have been integral, apparently, to Mallorca's agricultural landscape for centuries and prosper due to the island's Mediterranean climate and many almond orchards adorning the countryside. Beyond their agricultural significance, almonds are deeply rooted in Mallorcan culture, symbolizing prosperity. There we go, and renewal, with several traditional delicacies using them as a key ingredient. Today, almonds will remain a vital part of Mallorca's economy, cuisine, cultural identity.
Does this include almond nut butter?
I think it does. Well, it might do. Preserving a connection to the island's rich agricultural heritage. And as we get some views of Emma Pallant and Laura Phillip at the front of the race, we will bring you back up to date with our race leaders right after this break.
Introducing the IRONMAN Pro Series Virtual Edition on Full Gas. Join athletes from across the globe as they conquer bike courses from the IRONMAN Pro Series. Challenge yourself, travel the world, and earn your exclusive finisher's medal. Push your limits and make your mark. Exclusively on Full Gas. Unleash your inner champion. Register now at fullgas.com.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
Zafiro IRONMAN 70.3 Alcudia-Mallorca is brought to you by Morton. Get used to it. And by AG1. Better finishes start with AG1.
I actually use AG1. I like AG1. I do like it as a drink in the morning.
I like how Laura Phillip descends on a bike.
Yeah, exactly. And another one of those tight switchbacks that we're seeing, which, look at that, beautiful, look at those. Oh, this is the switchbacks that you were
These are the
talking
switchbacks
about.
I was
They
referring
almost
to.
Double back on themselves.
Heretofore.
It's not just the
It's more than
180.
180 degrees.
It's
That's what I was
definitely
saying.
more than 180. Yeah. But wow, look at that stunning view and vista. And yeah, it certainly challenges your bike handling skills and having the confidence. But what a fantastic race for those females that might be wanting to do Ironman Nice 70.3, not 70.3, VinFast Ironman World Championships in Nice in September. What a great course. And there is, for the age groupers actually, the top 5 in each age group at this race in Mallorca. There is spots for the VinFast 70.
So he is now clear of the descent. That is the end of the descent here for Christian Hogenhaug into this little village marks the end of that descent. It is a net downhill for quite a while, so there is a lot of fast racing here to come for the men, but the primary descent now, our leader through that and on to sort of the more rolling section going through some of the villages, et cetera, et cetera. But the good news is that our coverage will be a lot more stable. That's why we're celebrating that.
Yeah, and I love, like, I'm a fan of Spain. I love Spanish culture, and I just love those Spanish villages that you see and that you're going through in these tiny roads. And what are we now? We're an hour and a half or over an hour and a half into the male race. So it's still very early in the morning in Spain. Spain's a very late rising country. They tend to shift their hours of getting up late and then partying late into the evening. So it's super quiet, which makes it amazing for riding, as we're seeing this chase group of athletes also just exit down at the bottom of the descent. Yep. The next 2/3 of the race is sort of rolling hills as we're back on the leader. Christian Hogenhaug from Denmark, another one of those, the incredible Danish athletes, or the Nordics even, I should expand it to, that are just really prominent and dominating over both the Ironman 70.3 and the full distance racing.
As we take a look at our VinFast performance analysis, Christian Hogenhaug traveling through the last split at 30.68 kilometers per hour, which is pretty slow, but that's inclusive of all of those switchbacks. So let's not give poor Christian a hard time. Estimated through the next time check at 2:07:02. And if you are just joining us and wondering why Yuri Kurlin isn't in this lead pack of men. He was issued a drafting penalty, so was sat down at the penalty tent for that. And Christian Hogenhaug is our current leader, although as soon as I say that, well, these are our guys that are in chase, I believe.
Yeah, that's right. And then just a couple of other penalties that we had. Bruce Hardcoat got a blue card as well, a drafting penalty. And then on the women's side, Lena Messner and Steph Clutterbuck also got drafting penalties. But hopefully we still got a bit with the coverage through that mountainous region, but now they are out of the mountains, they're off the climb. Hopefully we're going to be able to bring you more of the race dynamics as we develop in the second half of this bike course.
Absolutely, but even out of the mountains, you can get a sense of how stunningly beautiful this bike course is. Of course, our pro men now clear they're at about 45.5 kilometers into the bike course. So through the most technical aspects of the course, but as these athletes were saying in anticipation of this race, you've got to save a lot because there's still a lot of racing left to go.
Yeah, that's right. And what we were seeing there is, or what we're now seeing is Christian Hogenhaug in the lead. He has about 30, 40 seconds on that chase pack, which was Jan Stratman that we just had on camera, and Matthias Margliere, who we know is an incredibly strong bike rider, particularly on the flats specifically, but still on all sorts of terrain. And they are definitely trying to chase down and pull back in Christian Hogenhaug, who currently is our male leader.
But, I mean, speaks to the strength of Christian Hogenhaug to be leading such a strong group of men and be clear of them. Definitely did a lot of work on that climb to give himself that advantage. Also gave himself a little space on the descent, which is never a bad idea, and through some of these, tighter roads through these villages. So definitely burned a match perhaps in getting that 30-second lead, but is reaping the benefits as we come back to our women's race. You are looking at bib number 4, who is Giorgia Priorone from Italy. Again, they are not yet to the descent. They have probably topped the climb, but there's a little bit of a flat section before our women will start that technical descent.
Yeah, and you can see on the board there, she's about 5 minutes, or at the 15-kilometer, yes, she was about 5 minutes back from the leaders.
And back to our men's leader here. That is Christian Hogenhaug, who we said had built up about a 40-second lead over the male chasers. We'll get an updated split from the men. The next timing update is at 60 kilometers of the bike, but our lead women, Laura Phillip and Emma Pallant-Brown, riding together through 35K. And so start your watches. We will see what their lead is. Again, they were with Steph Clutterbuck. She has been assessed a penalty. Lena Meissner assessed a penalty. So that leaves Sif Bendix-Madsen and Julie Imolo. Of course, all through that climb, we'll see who survived that in our women's chasers.
Yeah, I wonder if that's also where Christian managed to get away from the men's group with those penalties in that group. Maybe just those guys backing off or pulling out just gave him that opportunity to get a little bit of a break. Now, I wanted to ask you, so now we have on screen Yannick Schaufler, who's about 50 seconds down on the lead. He's in 9th place. You can see a couple of riders up ahead. If you were going down, because you talked earlier about maybe giving yourself a bit of space before you go down those switchbacks. So if you were going down those switchbacks in a race, would you prefer to be with a rider where you could follow their line?
It depends on who the rider is.
If they were confident, or would you prefer to have your own space and be able to pick your own line?
See, that's where it comes down to knowing your competitors and knowing who is a good technical rider. If I'm following someone who I know to be good technically, then I'm happy to have that company to pick up that line and try to match that line and that speed. And but if it's somebody who